This is my state, this is my team. You know what that means. This is for the black and blue that I bleed. This is for the chance to bring home that ring. But everybody gonna doubt this. So far there ain't been another way around it. We bring heat to the game each week. They just say we ain't got what it takes, we ain't bout it. Well, y'all can just keep saying that we ain't gonna make it, but at the end of the day, this'll be the Panthers nation. You know, this ain't a game to us major players at every angle that you can think of. That's why you hate us. Get out the way of greatness. You can look at our faces and see the blood, sweat, and tears that it took to create this. Yeah, I know what you're thinking, but you can save it. Cause even on the darkest of days, you know we're always gonna find a way to tell them what we gonna do. We gotta
Alright, y'all. What's up? What's up? What's up? Oh, this man's got another intro. Okay, let's see it. Let's listen to it, y'all. He made another intro back in 2016. That beat is whack. But, hey, what's going on, though? How y'all doing? Welcome on in. This is a film study for defensive tackles today. We'll get that started in just a minute. But first, if you like the channel, if you like the video, if you like the streams, if you like the content, hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so. And don't forget to check out the Facebook group page. Keep pounding in all caps for in-game posts, polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news, as well as schedules postings for when I go live or post videos, updates basically. So thank you guys so much for joining me here, and let's get this started. Shout out to Jack and to Timmy before we get this thing rolling on Facebook, watching on the Facebook chat. Hope y'all are having a wonderful day. I am currently looking for the list of defensive tackles. Excuse the yawn. It is late, but I am here. I'm trying to get this thing rolling for y'all. What I want is the full list. That's the thing. Like, everything they're posting on the Google search is the top defensive tackles. I want the full list. So we're going to go by the PFN list is what we're going to do. And we'll just go right down the list and see who's there, who isn't. And if y'all got any names to suggest for the film study, please do drop them in the chat below. I am welcoming linebackers and defensive tackles for this film study today. Again, that's linebackers and defensive tackles. If you want to talk about anyone that's on the roster, we can do that. If you want to talk about reactions to NFL news, we can do that. But for now, those are the only two positions we're film studying today. Alright, so speaking of NFL news today, we did have something big come out today. And that is the owners met to discuss the overtime rules for the playoffs and to ensure each team gets a possession. I gotta drink something to get myself pepped up here, man. Get myself energized for this. Alright, but both teams will get a possession. Previously, the first touchdown scored in overtime could end the game, with both sides only getting a chance to possess the ball if the first team in possession fails to score a touchdown. Now, should the first team score a touchdown, the second team will have the same opportunity to possess the ball and must match the other team's points to extend overtime. I agree with that. I think that's the right way to handle this. We've seen the college model of how they do it in overtimes. And, yeah, some people like it, some people don't. I like it, honestly. I was curious to see how that would translate to the NFL. So, this is kind of an experiment. They're only doing it for the playoffs. And if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. You know, no harm done. They just switch back to what they were doing. But if it does work, you might see that translate into the regular season. So keep that in mind. Shout out to Harvey. What's up, bro? I can't believe I just wasted an hour of my life listening to C3. They wanted to joke around and stuff all the time. The Panther talk is serious to me. I feel that, man. Well, you found the right channel because we only do content here, man. We only do real stuff here, man. We throw in an occasional joke every once in a while, but, you know, I like to fill my time on this stream with content because your time is valuable, my time is valuable, and I want to make sure that everyone learns something from these streams. So, you found the right place, man. Welcome on in. That's why you love my content, man. Thank you. Thank you so much. And I do it for the benefit of the team and for the benefit of the management and the franchise as a whole because I love you guys that much. You know, this entire franchise from the top to the bottom that much. And I just want to give back as much as I can. You know, and I do it for free for you. So, you know, I'm so blessed to be doing what I'm doing, and I'm thankful that you all appreciate what I'm doing. And, you know, again, I want to say that it's Scott Fitterer's team, it's Tepper's team, you know, they're welcome to do what they want. It's their team, you know, but we can hopefully offer some solutions and some things that might help. You know, if they're willing to listen and take it into consideration as maybe another option, you know, to add to their list of options that they have. So, that's the goal. Hopefully we'll get heard by the management. But if we don't, no big deal, you know. At least I can put out some great content for y'all, and hopefully we'll all learn something in this next month about these draft picks and the players on the team and what we're planning on doing. And of course offer my own opinions. So that's what we do here. So continuing on here, the teams who score a touchdown first in overtime will then try a 2-point conversion rather than allowing the second team to potentially score a touchdown and go for 2 to win the game on their own terms. A field goal by the first team, meanwhile, would still allow the second team to win with a touchdown. I like that format. I think that's the right format to go with. I agree with that. I think whoever came up with that format really knew what they were doing. And we'll see how it works, you know? I think it'll work out well. We don't want, the college format up in the NFL where it just goes on forever. Teams just keep scoring touchdowns until the end of oblivion. But, at the same time, I'm just glad that we have that opportunity to start experimenting with this stuff and try to get away from that system that we were working with before. Because I don't know how I felt about the first team that scores a touchdown rather than a field goal. I don't know about that, because you look back at the history of these overtime games, and sometimes it can be decided by the flip of a coin because of a much, much stronger offense or a much, much stronger defense. And I'll cite as an example Tom Brady. If you've ever watched Tom Brady's games, you understand that this man can score within a minute. Probably a minute and a half. It doesn't matter what type of defense you have. That is overpowered. So it's pretty much a guarantee. If it's been a back and forth game up until you hit the triple zeros and it goes into overtime, if that coin flip favors Tom Brady, you're screwed. I mean, that's same thing with Peyton Manning when he was playing. There's certain players in certain teams that impacted overtime that strongly that, if they get that coin flip, it's an unfair advantage right out of the gate. You're already struggling. And some people might argue, okay, well, you get the coin flip for kickoff, for the regular part of the game. Here's the thing, though. That coin flip allows you to, if you kick it, you receive it at halftime for the start of the second half, though. See, that's how that's fair. But overtime, you don't get that. You don't get that luxury. And the first team that scores a touchdown, well, of course that's going to be Tom Brady. 99 times out of 100. And it's unfair to teams that finally managed to take Tom Brady to overtime, if they can't beat him in regular season. Or Peyton Manning, And I could see where that goes horribly wrong, and there's several examples of it. You might have a team like maybe, say the Chargers take them to overtime, or say the Raiders, maybe. Teams on that level that take Tom Brady to the overtime and think, oh, hey, I've got a shot to win this thing. And then they look at the overtime rules and they look at the coin flip and they go, oh, no. You see what I'm saying, folks? That's not good. And that's why I agree with the owners here changing this up. And this seems like a fair format. So we'll see how this rolls. You're still dealing with the 15-minute clock, of course. You're still dealing with if one team scores a field goal, the other team gets a touchdown, then that's fair. That the other team should be able to try to get a touchdown and win. That's completely fair. Where it becomes interesting is those 2-point conversions. That's where things get spicy. That's where it becomes fair. And I agree with this format. I think once we see it in play here during the playoffs next year, I think that will work out really, really well into the favor of balancing everything out. Finally, yeah, if you've got a Tom Brady, if you've got a Peyton Manning, yeah, they'll obviously be able to score a touchdown when you fail to get a touchdown and only get a field goal. But still, they've got to get a 2-point conversion. This is the interesting thing. And it'll change stuff up. It'll spice these games up a little. And that's what I'm here for. I never was a fan of the old system, to be honest. Now, I want to say this in regards to the draft. This is now the second person that's titled their article. If you listen to David Tepper, not say anything, that's number one clear sign. If we were panicking, he would be saying something right now. He would be speaking up, wouldn't he? Number two, you heard it from Scott Fitterer's mouth himself. We're not desperate. We have options. And that should be enough to satisfy people. Right there. Honestly, I don't know how you're not satisfied with that. If you're not satisfied with that, you don't trust Scott Fitterer. In which case, you don't trust the entire rebuild process, because right now he is giving you gold in free agency, and if you can't appreciate that, I don't know what to tell you. We picked up 2 Rams players, Super Bowl winners, by the way, that have rings. If that doesn't make you happy, I don't know what will. And these were steals, by the way. I didn't even expect the Rams to drop all these people. I did not expect the Rams to drop all these people. I was expecting the Bengals to start dropping people. Because the team that loses the Super Bowl often unloads a lot of players and tries to get that cap room back so that they can reload. But sometimes you'll see it from Super Bowl winners as well. If it's a one and done team, but it's very rare. Oftentimes these guys will be on big contracts and stuff like that. So to me, we got really, really lucky with this right here. I'm going to go to the chat here. Those people's jobs are on the line. They know what direction they want the team to go in. Exactly. The thing is, we know what direction we're going. It's just Matt Rule that's delaying us from getting there. And it's plainly obvious. You could tell which players were Matt Rule choices and which ones weren't. Again, Sean Chandler is a Temple guy. We re-signed him. That's Matt Rule. I did not agree with that signing. We got people from New York. Those were Matt Rule. Then you got people from Baylor and Temple on this roster. Those were Matt Rule's people. Everybody else was Scott Fitterer once he came in. if they weren't on this roster already. So that's why you can clearly see Matt Rule is holding us back. Why he is still here, every day that he is still here, it's handicapping us and hurting us for the next 3 years. Why not just fire him this offseason and be done with it? Go find a head coach. You know, he doesn't want to be here. It's clear. It's clear as day. The man's saying, "Oh, we got to build this team in 7 years." What coach says that? What coach says that? Number one, you don't understand the NFL at all, because you could build a team within 2 to 3 years. The Bengals just proved that. Number two, this ain't the Bible where it takes seven days out of the week to create the universe. Man, stop with that. And then he wants to quote some Jay-Z lyrics. Man, stop. Stop. You're holding us back. And I'm still holding true to that theory that he's just mad that he didn't get that Jets contract. That Tepper just bought him out right before he got on the plane. It's stupid. So, yeah, he can't keep holding us back. We got to cut ties, man. What has Matt Rule actually done in 2 years? Put that into perspective. What has he actually done? We were stagnant the first year that he was here. The second that Scott Fitterer comes in, we have a line that isn't getting our quarterbacks absolutely put on the ER list. And frankly, for the past 7 years, we've only had one quarterback that hasn't been on that list, and that's Gilbert. And that's because he didn't get any playing time behind that line. If he did, he would be on that list too. He'd be on a stretcher too. Y'all tell me I'm wrong, because we all know it. It was time for a change, and Scott Fitterer has brought that change. Now, it's not the ideal line in 2021, but at least these guys aren't being put on the ER. It takes time to build that line. It takes a few years. So now you're seeing that developmental process take the next step. Now we're starting to get free agents with the cap room that we have once we finally had it. And look at the free agent list of linemen that we just picked up. It's beautiful. This is what we've been looking for. And with that in mind, now we can move forward. You know, with conversations about quarterbacks, with conversations about keeping CMC healthy, what to do with him. You know, now we can officially start moving forward. Because of Scott Fitterer. Not because of Matt Rule. Matt Rule didn't do anything. And it frustrated me because I saw that on the Panthers official page. Hold on. And by the way, before I continue with this, welcoming new members to the Facebook group, Dave, Lee, and Michael. Welcome on in. We got about 225 members on the Facebook group page, and I'm so happy you all decided to come and join that. So join that page if you want updates on streams and all that stuff. So thank you so much. But yeah, back to what I was saying. I saw this on the Panthers Facebook page, and it frustrated me. And if y'all saw this, you know exactly what I'm going to be quoting. Matt Rule, Panthers not locked in on quarterback in 2022 draft. And the person running the page said, Matt Rule continues to evaluate the trade and draft market. Now hold on. I don't want to put anyone on blast on the social media team because they're doing a great job. They really have been. Like, all the material that I've seen on the social media page and the Facebook page have been excellent. Everywhere. Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, you name it. It's been excellent. This is the one I got a question, though. Matt Rule is continuing to evaluate this stuff? Matt Rule is? Why? Why do we not have Scott Fitterer's scouts handling this stuff? Why do we have Matt Rule sitting down to dinner with Kenny Pickett? Why don't we have a scout from Scott Fitterer do this? You know, I understand it looks good to have the head coach do it, but our head coach doesn't know what he's doing when it comes to scouting. It's become blatantly obvious from Brady Christensen's arms conversation last year to Kenny Pickett's hand conversation this year. It's plainly obvious. Why is this man sitting down to dinner with our recruits? Except to look good, you know? To be a beautiful face, you know? To represent us. And to me, that's pointless. Why put him on a plane for and spend our money that we have put into the stadium for that? You know, for the people that live up in Charlotte, y'all have to pay for the stadium costs. You know, that ain't cheap. I happen to live in South Carolina, so I don't have to pay that, thankfully. But, you know, when we're doing well, it's a pleasure to pay that money. You know, you feel good paying that money. But when we're not doing well, it becomes a burden. You know, I think by state law you have to pay that money in the Charlotte area to the stadium. But I don't know for sure. Y'all can correct me on that. I don't know enough about that to know. You know, that's North Carolina politics. I don't get involved in that. I only deal with South Carolina stuff when it comes to political stuff. But, you know, when it comes to taxes and whatnot. But, here's the deal. Matt Rule should not be put on a plane just to look good. Y'all see what I'm saying here? This is pointless. This is pointless. That's like putting... I don't even have a reference for this one. Y'all fill in the blank on this one. For real. And I ask you again, what has Matt Rule done in the past 2 years? What has he done? I struggle to find anything. You know, besides regular coaching duties, which anybody can do in the NFL. That's not new. Anybody can check those boxes that comes in here. And every day that we keep him on that coaching staff, it hurts us, man. Like, I've never seen the Panthers fans more unified since Thomas Davis and Greg Olson's retirement as far as what they think about a certain coach or a certain player. I've never seen them more unified in my lifetime. Like, and when it gets to that point, I'm surprised these fans aren't coming up to those Bowie gates with pitchforks and flames. As much as y'all don't like him, like, man. And I'm somewhere in the middle of either you're like, oh, well, let's try to give him another year, to I absolutely cannot stand this man. And I want him out of Carolina ASAP. Like, today, I will help him pack bags. Like, That's the spectrum we're dealing with of Panthers fans right now. You never see any Panthers fans go, well, Matt Rule has done a great job. Let's keep him here in Carolina. He's done this. You know, you never see any Panthers fans do that in the last 2 years. Find me one. They either are okay with him or they hate his guts. You know, you're either alright with him or you're booing him during a Charlotte Hornets game. You know, that's where we're at right now. And, you know, my comment was wrong. Scott is. Scott is evaluating these people, not him. Scott is the reason we did all these things. Scott's scouts are the ones evaluating these people. And he likes to tell you during press conferences that they're on the same page, but they're really not. And you can see it because Matt's just lying through his teeth again, acting like Pinocchio. It's plainly obvious. And it's frustrating to watch. And I want to say that the management is on the same page, but they're just not. They're not. And every day that they're not, it's hurting us. Matt Rule has helped run this team into the ground. Then he can't even do that right. He didn't even get us to the first overall pick in the draft. At least John Fox did that for us. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Now, here's my thing. I had 10 wins targeted last year. I had 10 wins targeted for us last year as our ceiling. Now, why did we get to 6? Because we treated that Eagles game and Vikings game like a playground jingle jam. We didn't take it seriously. Both of those were trap games. That's what started our slide. Then you add in Sean Chandler. Then you add in the decline of the rush defense. Then you add on, you know, the dominoes keep falling. It's... everything connects with each other. And each one that fails on that domino list, each one that falls connects to the next one. And then that one falls. Until eventually you get what happened against the Giants. That was our lowest point of the season. And I have never been more humiliated as a Panthers fan to watch us lose to the Giants. The worst team in the NFL. You want to start fixing this team? They got desperate. They brought in Cam Newton. They thought, this man could save us. And Superman for us again. Paid him way too much money, $10 million, for 6 games where they barely used him. In a couple of those games, they didn't even use him in the right situations. We still ended up with 6 wins. It's Matt Rule. It's clear as day, it's Matt Rule. If y'all don't... Come on. Come on, man. If people don't see it by now, they're not going to. You know, and that was a Tepper move. That was Tepper that said, okay, I'm willing to compromise, let's bring Cam back. We made a mistake. So once we did that, then we were able to salvage maybe a little bit of that. we were on track for maybe 5 wins if we didn't bring Cam back for that Arizona game. And it was a brilliant strategy, by the way, using 2 quarterbacks. But still, that was not Matt Rule's strategy. That wasn't Joe Brady's strategy either. That was Cam Newton saying, okay, we need to do something different. This ain't working. He got with Sam Darnold. He said, this is not working. What we're doing here, this ain't cutting it. We got to try something different. If Joe Brady won't do it, if Matt Rule won't do it, if Robbie won't step up and come up with some kind of a solution, we will. With CMC hurt. It falls on us. So that's why that Cardinals game worked out as well as it did, because Cam Newton took charge and became a general like he did back in the old days. And again, like I said, many different streams. Once it's on tape, it's on tape. Everyone knows what you're doing. So we couldn't use that tactic twice. And that's the downside to it. And I was mentioning that when I had the conversation on stream about, okay, what type of strategy should we try to employ, to try to save our offense. And that was one of them. And I mentioned that particular negative as a drawback. And sure enough, it happened when we tried it. So, it's unfortunate, but it is what it is. That's why I kind of tossed it aside a little bit. And I thought, okay, let's try something else. Let's come up with a list, Maybe one and done things we can do in 1 week at a time and see how it goes, each one. But and I hate that that's a one and done solution, because I wanted to see that continue to work. But, again, it's the NFL. It's on tape. So, but that was a great attempt to try to continue to make it work. And I don't think it was necessarily the offense that made that not work continuously, because the defense did falter during that next game. But still, it was worth a shot. But if you're going to sit here and tell me that Matt Rule is the one evaluating all these people, don't. Just don't. Don't insult my intelligence as a Panther fan. We're not falling for that. Come on. Alright, so NFL changes postseason overtime rules. Okay, so there it is on the Facebook page. I'm going to go ahead and screen capture here so you guys can see what I'm seeing. There we go. But if you want to read that article, there it is. Like I said, it's on the Facebook page. That's up to y'all. And no, we aren't locked into a quarterback at the number 6 spot. We have options. Scott plainly told everybody. But you can go ahead and read what I put on there. I said, wrong. Scott is. Scott is the reason we had all those defensive players last year not from Temple, Baylor, or New York. Scott is the reason our defensive line is slightly better than last year and not getting our quarterbacks put on the ER waiting list. He's the reason we have the free agent pickups that we do and how much cap room we have right now. Please explain to me what Matt has accomplished in 2 years' time. I'll wait. Boom! Bombshell. I will wait. Come at me. I have never been afraid to drop bombs like that in the comment sections of several different pages, including the official ones. I'm expecting to get at least 5 likes on that by the end of the week. Not including our crew. So that's not going to make some people happy in the management, but I don't care. When I got to step on toes, I got to step on toes. You know what I'm saying? Like, somebody's got to correct these people, man. Somebody's got to check them. You can't be posting stuff like that and expect that to go well. Like, I don't understand. I don't understand how people get away with articles like that. And we got another one from your boy. What's his name? Let me see. The infamous guy from I forget where he is. Cat Scratch or something like that. What was it? But it was Dean Jones again. Mr. Dean Jones said we're desperate at the number 6 pick. Man, please. We're not desperate. How many times has that man actually posted anything that is actually his opinion? How many times, bro? Like, please come talk to me when you actually have your own opinion, Dean. Because I would be glad to read it. Instead of reacting to everybody's Twitter trends and everything else that goes on with the Panthers, man. Because I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. Every 5th article I read from Cat Scratch is from this dude. Like, come talk to us when you actually got something to actually contribute. And I don't like to throw media people under the bus, but this is getting ridiculous. Like, we all know you're better than this, bro. Now, next topic of discussion is, of course, Cam Newton. Supposedly, there are multiple teams interested in Cam Newton. Now, he's still holding out. He's trying to find the right fit. And he wants to find a team that is, and I quote, I have teams that are interested in signing me. I am waiting for the best fit as it pertains to winning a championship and getting a fair chance to play. I think that's a fair request. You know, he spent his time in Carolina. You know, he's got his closure. Sure. He spent his time away from the Panthers, you know, to get away from Gettleman. Fair enough. You know, you didn't like Gettleman. Fair enough. Came back, you know, got his closure. So now what? What's the next chapter in Cam Newton's book? You know, and it doesn't have to be here. You know, it's his call to make, whether he wants to stay here or not. You know, and as much as I would like to see him as our second string quarterback, you know, and have a shot at competing for a wild card spot for sure next year. You know, we'll be in the hunt. I'm not saying we're going to do much, but I'm saying we might be in the hunt. It'll depend on what we get. in the draft, and this is an interesting. Mel Kiper and Todd McShay are saying that we're gonna get who is it? Travon Walker, the defensive end. Huh?
Pass protection, that Mike Leach system really refined his game in the past year. And I think
that's the guy we need to start looking at is Charles Cross. That's one of them.
The Mississippi State offense.
Whoa, but you're saying we're gonna pick up Travon Walker in your mock draft 3.0? Huh? I'm confused here. This wouldn't be the first time either that they pick somebody that's completely off the wall that we did not go for, that we did not even have on our radar. Like, I get it. There's going to be 2 defensive ends off the board in the top 5, but we're not going to be one of those teams that picks one up. I'm sorry, we're just not. If you still believe that we are, then you clearly haven't assessed our needs properly. And you should do a little more homework. And I'm going to show you what we actually do have. Since people are still a little confused as to what we actually do have. Here's what we actually do have. And I have it on the YouTube screen right now. Now, this is not to discredit how good Travon Walker is. Okay? Travon Walker is a beast. I will give him that. So is Jordan Davis. But we're not looking for a defensive end right now. In the top. In the number 6 spot. That's not what we're looking for. I mean, if Scott Fitter decides to draft him, I'm not going to be mad at that. You know, I'll be a little disappointed we didn't go for an offensive lineman to add some depth, you know, and shorten the amount of time it takes to build that line. But, you know, and that leads to a whole new debate, you know, I know we're not getting Evan Neal, but the next guy on the list, is he worth picking at number 6, or can we trade down and get 2 offensive linemen that way? You know, and stay in the towards the bottom of the first round. Pick up a offensive lineman in the first round and an offensive lineman in the second round, or a quarterback if you'd like, you know, in the first round and an offensive lineman in the second round. That gives us that option to do so. Yeah, assuming you do the trade correctly. Now, is that one offensive lineman worth that trade? You know, that's what they're trying to decide right now between Scott Fitter and David Tepper. They're both looking at it right now and they're going, you know, we got a little bit of time here. Let's sleep on this. You know, let's properly evaluate this. We got time. Let's focus on a lot of other needs and issues first. You know, let's see where we might be getting down the line, and then we'll come back to that. You know, let's see what might be available in the second round. You know, or the 4th round and 5th round and 6th round. What might be there? You know, you don't want to jump on a decision like that quickly. You know, that's the future right there. And I agree with Scott. If you could find a cornerstone player at the number 6 spot, how often are we going to be there? You know, we were there last year at number 7? But how often are we going to be up that high? We got to pick somebody that really, really concrete cornerstone that will be an immediate starter that can help us right out of the gate. I think if they're really sold on somebody, I'm here for it. But, you got to show me. You got to sell me on it. You got to sell all of us on it. Because we're not just going to be like, oh, well, we picked so-and-so just because it's the best available. No, that's not good enough for me. I need a little bit more. Don't give away the store on why you picked him, and what you're planning on doing with him. But just give me a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? Enough to satisfy me until training camp with that. I'm not hunting for all this stuff the media is, but I'll take what I can get. If you don't want to give away specific game plans and this and that Matt Rule or Ron Rivera would have squealed on, and Scott won't, fair enough. I get that. If that's what you're wanting to do for us, man, I'm down. I'm here for it. I trust you. You have given me a reason to trust you several times over in the last 2 years. So, and we've all watched his progress in Seattle as he kept moving up the ladder, up the corporate ladder, man. The guy's smart. He knows what he's doing. And I'm so happy he got that opportunity. And I'm glad he got that opportunity here. We're very blessed to have it. Yeah, we do need an edge rusher eventually down the road in this draft. But first round, no. Not feeling it. We need an O-line or a quarterback. I really do want to stress that. I think those two issues need to be addressed immediately at the number 6 spot. I would like a linebacker, but I think that's if we somehow made some kind of a trade to get a 3rd round pick. That's where I would go with that. Or we just address that with the 4th pick. Is what I would do after the trade down. See, with Akeem, it's a 50-50 whether you value Akeem that much or you value the trade down. But if it's Evan Neal, if we get a shot at Evan Neal, we need to take that. And not trade down. That's a cornerstone piece for our offensive line right there. We can't pass that up. And I feel like that's 75-25 to me in favor of picking up Evan Neal at number 6 without the trade down. But if it's Akeem, it's 50-50. And that's the decision they're wrestling with right now. I'm not a fly on the wall. I don't know what they're thinking right now, but I can guarantee you Scott's got the same mindset I do on this, and he's just thinking, who is this guy? Like, if I'm Scott, I would be taking a serious look at Akeem and Charles Cross, the two of them specifically, and just seeing who these guys are in depth. You can take a look at Malik Willis. You can go to dinner with Kenny Pickett. Sure. Maybe add in Sam Howell. That'd be great. In case we want to trade down. Wonderful. And pick up a B+ offensive lineman in the 2nd round if we do trade down. I'm cool with that. Maybe look into a couple of them down there. It all depends on who calls us, on draft day for that number 6. That's when you want to sit there and you want to go, okay, well, I'm going to control this trade board. I'm going I'm going to decide what offers get taken and what don't. I'm not going to be aggressive and ask for trades unless we don't get any phone calls. If we don't get any phone calls, then it depends on what's on the board. If Evan Neal's not there, then I'm taking phone calls. Let's see what we get. Let's see what offers are on the table. Then we make a decision. You never want to jump on the first one, because the first one is going to be questionable. It's going to make you head scratch on why it was even made. But if it's a good one and the other ones don't make sense, go for it. You always want to listen to them all before you make a choice. And Scott knows this. I'm not saying anything that Scott wouldn't tell you, during press conferences. This is how the draft works. For people that don't know. Or just haven't paid that much attention. So, we're not going to get immediate attention because we're number 6. But, from all these news media stations and radio stations and all this stuff, maybe on NFL Network, I could see us getting a little attention on NFL Network. As far as, having conversations about what could we do at number 6. But, yeah, it's going to be the same as last year. It's going to be a bunch of media fluff. It's going to be NFL rumors and whatnot like that. Don't pay any attention to that. Focus on what Scott's doing. That's what matters. Because what Scott's doing is what we're doing as a team. Don't focus on Matt Rule. Ignore all these dinners and whatnot like that. Focus on what Scott Fitterer is doing with his scouts. That's what matters. Because that's what's going to tell you what we do. Which direction we're going to go. What our options really are. And if I'm Scott, I would be using Matt Rule as sort of a guinea pig to kind of throw people off the scent. That would be nice, He would be that fake bait, that you throw out there, and the news media goes, ooh, 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 ooh. Like a bunch of monkeys in a cage in a zoo. They just go, wait. You get one that's actually smart out of that entire crew of the media that just goes, wait a minute. It figures out it's fake bait. It actually looks at the scouts. So, we'll see. We'll see, man. But right now, I like what we have. I like this crew. And if you want to know the most updated depth chart that we have, ESPN is probably the best bet for you right now, since they don't post these depth charts on the official pages during the off season. So, this is the most updated one we got. Is what you're seeing on YouTube right now, if you're looking on your screen. I still believe a left tackle would be a good idea. There is a lot of talk of Brady Christensen starting. Cameron Irving would be second. Dennis Daly would be third at left tackle. So I think that's a wise move. And I've got a lot of questions about Dennis Daly that will be answered during training camp and preseason. Hopefully. Either good or bad. mostly bad. Cameron Irving, we haven't seen much of because the man's been injured a lot. And we have so many injuries with offensive linemen over the past 7 years, it's not a surprise. But you got left guard. We've got Pat Eflin. Complaints about him right now, but and I don't have any good things to say really either. He hasn't really popped out to me, which is a good thing. If you're an offensive lineman and you don't have, and you're going unnoticed, that's a good thing. That's a very good thing. Because that means you're doing your job. Michael Jordan has popped out with the penalties. Dennis Daly has popped out with the penalties. That's not good. Mike Horton, take him or leave him. So we need a left guard. Just as much or more so than a left tackle. So if you decide to trade down and get a first and second, it would be a toss-up to me first round after you made the trade up, whether you go left tackle or whether you go quarterback. It really would be, because we need left tackle that badly. And I think second round, if you decide to go tackle and you don't want to go quarterback, then yeah, get a guard. Left guard specifically. We can deal with. We need a second stringer. We need a solid second stringer. Michael Jordan's not it. Dennis Daly's not it. Mike Horton's not it. So we need a solid second stringer. That to me would be a major selling point for trading down. If Evan Neal is not there. I like Bradley. I think Bradley's a solid center. I think we got our winner right there. We also have Pat Eflin, which I have questions about Pat as a center, but I'm not complaining at this point. Sam Tacklenberg was okay, I'm on the downside there. At one point, I was actually looking at Pat Eflin for the center job. I think it was Pat Eflin. Y'all have to remind me. It's on VOD somewhere on one of these streams, but I pointed out somebody during training camp, or preseason, either this year or last year. I don't remember who it was, but I wanted to see him end up, as a center once Ryan Khalil left. But yeah, I don't feel comfortable putting Sam Tackleberg behind center, as a starter if we have injuries. Yikes. I like him as a person, I like all these guys as people. Don't get me wrong, I like all of them as people. But evaluating them on talent alone, that's what we do here. So, and honestly, I would have a conversation with any of them. I would have a friendly conversation with all of them. And I would say the exact same things I'm saying on this stream. Otherwise, I wouldn't be saying it. If y'all need tough love, I'm going to tell you. You need tough love. If you get praise, you get praise. That's how it is. I'm going to tell you straight up the truth on this channel, man. If you can handle it, then you can handle it. If you can't, you can't. That's how it is. That's how I've always been. I've always been straight with people right from the get-go. On any page. So, I'm going to tell you if you're not a good fit or not. And I got a lot of questions about Sam Tackleberg backing up center right now. Prove me wrong in training camp, though. All of these people that I am calling out right now, with tough love. Prove me wrong. Please do. I would love for you to. I love comeback stories. I would love to be able to promote you, and say good things about you. But you gotta earn it, This ain't a free-for-all, man. You gotta earn it. I don't give praise out for free. Alright, so Austin Corbett. I like him. Again, I think Deontay Brown needs to be second string. I'm going to keep saying it. Deontay Brown needs to be second string. Dennis Daly is not it. He's not it. At guard. The only reason we still have him on this team right now is because he's under a contract. Otherwise, I don't see him staying for very long. Because he's just not measuring up. Now, if he decides to step up and get the job done, by all means, enjoy an extension. You know what I'm saying? But you'll have earned it. But until you do that, show us something, Yeah, I believe in Brady Christensen and Deontay Brown. I believe we got 2 hits in that draft last year, and I'm very, very pleased with them. Both of them were on my multiple mock drafts last year. Especially in those last 2 weeks. They were in there. And you can check the VODs. So, when we got them on draft day, I was extremely happy that we got them both. We hit the target 100% with those two. And I don't know how they managed to stay on that board until the 3rd round, but man, did we hit a jackpot with those two. Scott knows how to manipulate a draft board, I'm telling you. That was wild. That was one of the wildest drafts I've seen. And Scott handled it like a pro. If he can handle that, imagine him on just a regular draft like we're about to get this year. We got a GM that's not afraid to get down and dirty and get aggressive and go against the Vegas odds. If he sees a trade down opportunity, he's going to take it. For sure. It's the only thing is, if you do that enough times, you are playing the house odds, man. You really are. Eventually, you're going to get burnt. It's like playing blackjack at the big tables in Vegas. You can only hit so many times before you get burnt. So you got to be real careful. And we got lucky. We hit blackjack with these two. I believe it. We won. And it made me happy to see it. It really did. Because we finally have somebody that understands how to play those odds and play them correctly. And to be just aggressive enough, but not too overly aggressive. And he took some chances with a couple of those trade downs. I'm telling you, I would not have done them. And that's me. I'm one of the most aggressive people when it comes to trades with mock drafts. And even I was questioning a couple of them. I was just like, I don't know about this, Scott. I trust you. You know what I mean? I trust you. You don't want to miss out on Deontay Brown, though. You know what I mean? You don't want to miss out on Brady Christensen. These are 2 major winners right here. So, it was gutsy. It was really, really gutsy. And I applaud him for it. And it's not the number of trade downs that's important. It's what we got with those trade downs that's important. People always want to focus on the wrong thing. You know? It's what we got with those picks. That's what led us to where we were last year. Otherwise, our record would have been at least 4 wins. Probably. Most likely. If not 3. Without those picks. So, that's how big these picks are and how much they make a difference. It could be the difference between 2 to 3 wins. And that's an opportunity to make the playoffs or not make the playoffs. In some teams' cases. Especially in ours. Coupled with our free agents, we have the line. Now we need depth and a signal caller. I would be happy with trading back and taking the best defender available and filling the gaps with the other picks. Here's the thing. And this is why I'm saying we need an offensive lineman first. We need to build that line first. We're not doing anything in 22. And I'll explain why I say that line in a minute. For the people that have already heard the explanation on this, you're going to get it one more time. For the people that haven't, strap yourselves in. I want offense up until the 4th pick. That's when we go defensive. We don't have as many holes to fill there. You know, we re-signed a bunch of people. We managed to get Dante Jackson back, which I did not expect. You know, we got Frankie Lulu back, which I did not expect. Considering our team's history of tossing players like that to the wayside, you know, once we've used them, you know, it's like a farm system. Hopefully that trend is over. I would be so happy if that trend was over. But yeah, we re-signed a bunch of people on defense. So really, we're just reloading on defense. So offense is the priority. First 3 rounds need to be offensive, whether it be this year, next year, or the year after. You know, we need to reset this offense completely. Line-wise. You know, wide receiver-wise, I'm moderately happy so far. You know, I think we've got some wide receivers that could really do some damage, but we just need a single caller, you know, like you said, and we need a game plan. So I'm hoping Mr. McAdoo, I'm going to call him Mr. McAdoo because I keep getting his first name wrong. And I apologize for that. Matter of fact, I'm going to look it up and make sure I get it correct this time. That way, you know, if I do get it wrong today, y'all can hold me to it. Because I keep getting this wrong. I haven't heard anybody. I haven't heard from him in press conferences or anything, which is interesting. I just want to point that out, by the way. Okay. Okay, there we go. Ben McAdoo. Ben. Okay, Ben. My apologies, Mr. McAdoo. I keep getting your first name wrong. Hopefully from here on, I will get it correct. I'm bad with names. I am really bad with names, but I'm gonna work on that. All due respect to you, man. You've had an excellent career up until now, up in Green Bay, and you know, let's see if we can keep it rolling. Now, back to what I was discussing. Yeah, First 3 rounds need to be offensive. Last of those rounds need to be defensive. And there's a reason for that strategy. Like I said, so I'll go over why we aren't going to do much in 22 in just a minute, but I want to read these comments before they shift off of here, because Facebook does that for some reason. If some team gives us next year's first and second for our number 6 pick, I'll take that. They got to give us their first and second this year, though. Yes. That has to be starters for any trade discussions for that number 6 pick. After that, we can negotiate. But that has to be on every single one of these deals that goes through our phones on draft day. If it isn't, toss that offer. I'm not doing anything else. It's got to be this year. What if Sam goes out and has a tremendous offseason in camp and then lights it up this year, leading us to a division title? What do we do then? Well, that would depend on, again, Ben McAdoo's system. What is he bringing to the table with his offensive coordinator role? What playbook is he bringing? You know, how is he going to develop Sam? They seem confident they can take Sam to the next level, but I don't know. I got questions about that, but we'll see. You know? Again, prove me wrong. Show me. For those that missed it, we have $31.3 million in cap right now. As of right now. And Corey McKay, still only for $3.5 million. And I said, I agree. We should have re-signed Gilmore, which we are talking to currently. And we should have talked to Sean Reddick and had him on our linebacking core, you know, before he got away. But it's too late now. I think we could have negotiated a decent price and still had $10 million for rookie contracts and a little bit of money extra for injuries and such, you know. But I just want to point that one out. That money can be used on draft picks, like I said. $10 million typically is how much you want to use on draft pick rookie signings. Now, here is the list of quarterbacks that we are going to face in 2022. And I want you to keep in mind, these are dangerous teams that we have on this schedule in 2022. I see as many as 6 wins, but that's our ceiling as of right now. There's a couple of question marks, but right now it's way too early. You know, until we see what they get in the draft, until they see the end of free agency, that's what we're dealing with. And you see this list. I'm going to read them out to you if you're on Facebook and you can't see them on YouTube. Marcus Mariota, we play him twice. Saints, Falcons picked him up in that trade with Matt Ryan in a third. Jameis Winston, which I'm not scared of, really. We play him twice with the Saints, but we're still not 100% on what the Saints are going to do at quarterback. They may not stick with Winston. We'll see. Tom Brady twice, of course. We're screwed both times because the Bucs aren't slowing down. They're only getting better. That's 2 L's on our board. At least 1. Kyler Murray. Trey Lance. Trey Lance doesn't scare me that much. Trubisky doesn't scare me that much. Deshaun Watson does. I'm going to tell you why. Back in the day when we were practicing with Cam Newton during practices, we were used to the way Cam Newton practices. We knew what he could do and what he couldn't and how to stop him. We knew how to stop those types of quarterbacks with the defense that we had back then. We're starting to develop that type of defense again. However, this time, we don't have as good of a rush defense as we had back then, but we're getting there. We just signed a defensive tackle. We signed a middle linebacker, so we're getting there. Piece by piece, we're getting there. I don't think we're going to reach that bar that we had in 14 and 15, but we'll come pretty close, I think, at the end of this road that Scott is taking us on. To fully revamp the defense. So, as it stands right now, players like Deshaun Watson, Russell Wilson, Lamar Jackson, who's also on this list. Russell is also on this list as well. So, yeah, it's going to be tougher to defend those RPO type quarterbacks. Then you got Jared Goff. I'm not scared of Jared Goff at this point. Stafford worries me. Stafford's been slinging it in the past year. Absolutely slinging it. That's going to be a challenge. Our corner crew better be ready. And our linebacker crew better be ready. Because he's not going to slow down. He's only getting better. He still hasn't hit his prime yet. I don't feel like he has. That's just the first year of Matthew Stafford. He's been stuck in Lions land for how long now? Now that he's finally free and he's got what he actually needs, this is going to be a real interesting future ahead of him in LA. And I'm curious to see how far he'll take it. What his ceiling really is. And right now, I can't find a ceiling for him. Because I don't know how far this is going to go. We'll see, though. Then you got Drew Lock. Not scared of Drew Lock. Daniel Jones. Not scared of Daniel Jones. Who cares about Daniel Jones? But Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow, ladies and gentlemen, that dude was balling all year last year. I don't know who's working with Joe Burrow last year, but he's still working with him this year. But man, he threw some passes that I was absolutely surprised he got into some of those tight spaces. Now, as I said before, I think that's going to be a 6-win season, tops. So we're going to be sitting towards the top 10 to 15 again. Now, what we do with those picks will determine what completes our team and makes us an absolute problem for the Buccaneers in 24. That's right, folks. I said it. If we keep building like we are right now for the next 2 years, through the draft and free agency, Tampa Bay, you're about to have a problem to deal with. Because this team's just getting better and better as it goes along under Scott Fitterer. There's no question about it. And I love the way it's being built. Love it. Because that's the right way to build it. So, that being said, I really do feel like we should sit on the 22 season and just build. And as long as we got a plan in place and we keep it, I've got no problem with it. I'm a patient man. We've been through 7 seasons of absolute hail, horrific hurricane-like seasons of just playing horribly. What's one more if we know that we can compete in 24? You know what I'm saying? Like, what's one more? To know that we have at least a playoff contender in 23. We keep reloading like this, man, we're going to be a problem. There's going to be a lot of defense coordinators. They're going to be looking at us like, how are we going to solve this one? And they won't have Wade Phillips this time. Y'all ain't going to have a Wade Phillips on your staff to figure it out this time. We're going to take that league by storm once we're finished building. I can see it. I can see the end of the road, folks. It looks beautiful. We got to get there, though. We got to go through some more rain and hailstorms before we get there, though. But I am telling you, under Scott, there is a bright future ahead of us. We just have to wait for it. We have to be patient one more year. You know what I'm saying? We can all sit for one more year. We've done it enough. After all, we're the Panthers. You know what I mean? How many years have we sat through horrible seasons? Whether you're from way on back in the day, from our inception days, to the newer days, where you're sitting through the Ron Rivera 2016 to 2019 years. Ugh, we can do one more. But I guarantee you, at the end of that rainbow, Matt Rule will not be there. He will not be there. Why set this man up to fail in 22 when you can just fire him now? I don't know. Baffles me, y'all. But I mean, that's just me. Do what you want to. It's your team, Scott. But as I look at that list, I don't see more than 5 to 6 wins. I'm just going to tell you that right now. I don't need to see the rest of the team. I don't need to see what the rest of what their teams look like. I already know what these guys can do and what they can't do. That's not a fun list to deal with. We haven't even seen them in order yet. And that's, oof. Harvey says he might pull off a miracle and we might win a lot more than we think. Who is also Vietnam on the YouTube channel, by the way. That's his nickname on YouTube. Vietnam. If Sam Darnold pulls off a miracle, I don't know, man. I don't see it. I don't see it. But if he does, I may have to make y'all a deal. And I don't usually do that. Yeah, man, shout out to you, for real. You've been in these streams just about every time I stream, and I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much for the love and the loyalty coming back here, man. That's what's up. You don't either, but anything can happen. That's true. That's true. That's true. I mean, look at last year. There was a scenario where the Browns could have won their division. In week 9, you could see the pathway for a possible chance at them winning the division for the first time in years. So if that can happen, anything can happen. If Tom Brady can lose and not score a single point against the Saints, anything is possible. That is true. I will give you that. But what are the odds of that? Again, you're playing those Vegas odds. You're playing that blackjack table, man. And every time you gamble, it costs you. So if we try and do something in 22, it's going to cost us. And I don't want to be the negative gruff here that always pokes holes in everybody's steamboat, but I got to do it, man. 22 looks real grim. As a season, it looks real grim. And that's not a joking matter. That's for real. Again, we don't know what Winston's going to do. They might bring in another quarterback, too. That's better than Winston. I already know they're committed to Trey Lance. I already know they're committed to Trubisky. That doesn't surprise me. Drew Lock, same thing. Same thing with Daniel Jones. They're not going to change those guys. We know what to expect there. You know, I see 1, 2, 3, 4 winnable games right out of the gate. Because we split with the Saints every time. But, we could sweep the Saints and sweep the Falcons, but what are the chances of actually sweeping the Saints? Like, when was the last time that's happened? That we've had a strong enough team to where that's happened, and when they've struggled enough to where that's happened. It's been a minute. Just because they don't have Drew Brees doesn't mean they don't have weapons. And they don't still have the same amount of defensive players that they had before. That can and will hurt us. So, I'm not prepared to say anything more than a split at this point until we take a good look at that Saints team after the draft and after training camp. And I'll be watching them closely, man. When they put that Saints training camp on NFL Network, I'll be watching it. That's going to be one of the hot spots for me, man. I want to watch them a little bit. Let's see what we're up against. Because now that we got Brady for one more season, I'm not worried about trying to win the division. That ain't going to happen. Bucks are taking it again. But that wild card battle, that's where things get a little more interesting. We've been right in that bubble, on the outside looking in, at that last wild card spot for the last, 2 to 3 seasons? Consistently. We're just on the brink, but we're not quite there yet. We're not in the top 3 fighting for that last wild card spot every year, but we're in the hunt. Towards what? Week 15, 16? We're still in the hunt there every year. And that's where we get eliminated. Because of some game we didn't win early on. You know, in October or November, somewhere in that range, we trip ourselves up. We fall for these trap games, and it kills us every time. You know, I said this on VOD several times, and I'm going to keep saying it. We were on track right after that Dallas game. You know, that Dallas game ended exactly how I expected it to. Exactly. Dead on the mark. How I predicted it. We were that close to actually pulling that one off. If we had Cam Newton be under center instead of Sam Darnold, it might have been possible. We could have possibly brought that thing to overtime. I don't know about winning, but overtime for sure. With Cam Newton under center. I don't doubt that. You know, because Sam Darnold was slinging in that game. You know, just like Cam Newton was slinging last year. So, it's possible. Now, that's when everything fell apart. We thought we had it on easy street. We thought we had everything going for us. And then we went into that trap game and we said, you know what? We can handle the Eagles. Come on. We can handle the Eagles. But y'all underestimated that defense, didn't you? I warned y'all about that. But then was starting to fall apart. Because we're still not quite there yet. We weren't ready to make that next step as a team yet. We didn't have enough depth. We didn't have enough starters. It just wasn't there. You know, even though I was targeting 10 wins as a ceiling, it was an interesting crew, don't get me wrong. But playoff contender? No. No. We would have lost in the first round even if we got in. Y'all know I'm telling the truth because we would either face Green Bay or Dallas. And there's no way we get out of either one of those games on the road with a win. No way. With the crew we had last year, no way. Even if we somehow miraculously won that 6th wild card spot. It's not happening. Now, that's the trap we keep running into every year. We keep thinking we're better than we are. You know, we're higher than we are. And that's that mindset. That's that emotional ego stepping in. And we got to check ourselves on that every year. You know? Otherwise, we're going to keep falling into those traps. And I know it hurts. I know it's painful. But we got to check ourselves. We got to have a reality check. You know, and just say, how good are we really? Where are we realistically? You know, on that train? Are we actually as good as we think we are? Or are we as low as we think we are? You know, let's find a balance in the middle. To where we're like, okay, this is exactly where we are. And I thought we had that out after the Dallas game. I really, really did. That was the closest I've ever felt that we actually came to a point in the last 6 years to where we actually knew where our team was at. I felt confident. And even I was wrong. Even I could be wrong once in a while, folks. On my predictions that I feel strongly about. You know? It happens. I don't claim to be Mr. Know-It-All here. I'm human. And I'll be the first to tell you, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'll admit it to you. That one took me by complete surprise. I expect us to fall into the trap with the Eagles or the Vikings, one of the two, but I didn't expect us to fall that badly for that emotional trap. And that's what hurt us. And I want to say that this team learned something, but I don't think they did. I really don't think they did. Because we keep doing that same thing over and over, year after year. Shout out to KB. What's up? But, that's where I see us at right now. Now, I still say we definitely need Gilmore back to complete this corners room. I think that's a wise investment to try to put a little bit of money into that. $3.5 million? Shoot. Why not? We got 31.3 right now. Why not? Restructures were genius. Absolutely genius. Marty never thought of that. Gettleman never even thought of that one. And to his credit, Gettleman tried everything the dollar store to get us on the board with a small budget. But not even he thought of restructuring to the level of Scott Fitterer. So again, anything can happen. If you think Sam Darnold is going to pull off a miracle, go for it. I love the optimism. I mean, I wouldn't put all your eggs in one basket, but I love the optimism. I sadly don't share that optimism, but, about Sam, because I got to be realistic. That's who I am. That's who I'm always going to be. But if you legitimately think he can pull off a miracle, go for it, man. Hey, who am I to tell you different? It's your opinion. Everybody's got the right to it here. Be bold, Be gutsy. Go against the grain. Go against the Vegas odds here, man. That's what I love. Because I've been doing that since the very beginning, way before I even started this channel. And I'm not even afraid of all the comments and backlash that I was going to get. I'm still not. You think I'm afraid of the backlash I'm going to get for the comment I just put up today? Nah. Water off a duck's back. That's part of being a YouTuber. That's part of being realistic about this team and actually putting your foot down and figuring out, getting serious and deciding, okay, we're going to get real with this team. Anybody that's not on board, you're going to get left behind. That's just the way it is. Because I'm not slowing down, folks. I'm always speeding up. This train is always speeding up. And if you ain't on it, you're getting left behind. That's how it is. Okay. So if you just came into the stream, you missed us talking about the overtime rules being changed for the playoffs. So if you missed that, go do a quick Google search. You know, you'll find that on CBS's website. It's also on the Panthers main Facebook page as well. So if you want to find that, there's two places for it. Different articles for it, of course, but you know, that's where we are. Is there anyone else that you would like to talk about that is on our current roster or possible signings before we get into the draft? Film study. Please do drop some names. I'm interested in it. I'm here for it. Because at 12 midnight, we are hitting those film studies. Because I got to get this thing rolling. You know what I'm saying? We've only got a certain amount of days to learn about some of these draft picks. You know, about a month before the draft. So we're trying to learn as much as we can. We're going to mix in some film study streams and some mock draft streams in here throughout the month. Sprinkle them in. You know, after every film study stream, we're going to try to follow that up with a mock draft stream within 2 to 3 days after. Now, I can't guarantee that because the second week of April is going to be a very busy one for me. So I'm going to try to get those streams in when I can. But I can't guarantee that those are going to happen that week. However, if we can pull it off, we'll try. Justin Burris, great signing. Happy with it. We needed some safety help. Sean Chandler is not it. Obviously, you've heard my rants about that. You know how I feel about that one. Derek Brown. I think Derek Brown is a good player right now. Not great, but good. The run defense last year was really weak in the second half of the season, but the first half was good. You know, I give him credit for the Dallas game, but I think we do need Woods as the starter, though. I agree. I missed that one comment. It scrolled off my screen, so I didn't see it. And Facebook is like that, where if you don't catch these comments, they'll scroll right off the screen, and I'll completely miss them. I'm trying to. Yes, our run defense was weak. Chandler ain't it either. I agree. Woods will be our starter. Dallas ran it down our throats to 200 yards. Yeah. That's where it started to go downhill. I think the first 3 games made us look good. But after that, that's when we found out how good our run defense really was. And it wasn't as great as we thought it was. So, and I told you, I'll take those numbers with a grain of salt in those first 3 weeks. We got lucky against the Saints. We completely caught them off guard. That was unexpected. So, yeah, Derek Brown got his lunch money taken. For sure. For sure. I'm with you on that. Liability is gross matos. Really? Why do you say that? Okay, those are the biggest links, weak links that we have. Got it. Alright. But yeah, why do you say that about gross matos? I'm curious about that one. I just now saw that. You know, it's difficult to scroll on my phone with the chat open, so. Because it either scrolls to the very top of the chat or the very bottom. Like, you never see anything in between, and it won't let you scroll. So, that's why I've got Facebook open on my laptop here. And I'm just kind of... But even then, that only shows you so many messages here. So, if I miss something, I miss it. So, I apologize if I don't call something out. But typically, I've been able to keep up with it pretty well. Gross... You're talking about Jordan Davis is a mountain of a man and would be an instant upgrade over Brown. I agree. Okay, so you're talking about Gross Matos here. He doesn't stop the run, and he hasn't harassed the quarterback enough. Okay. I agree. That's why he had a backup role. Oh, okay. There you go. Is that better? Are y'all hearing like a background noise with my mic on YouTube? If so, let me know. Because there's something that's showing up on the mic reader here. That's why I'm kind of like, okay. Okay, YouTube is still low? That's weird. Is that better? Did you turn up the volume on your phone? Or whatever device you're using? As far as Gross Matos, he hasn't harassed the quarterback enough. Yeah, that's why he had a backup role, though. But he's done enough to get a chance at starter. Okay, yes. Yes, volume is good on YouTube. Okay, cool. Do you hear any random noise in the background when I'm not speaking? Because I've been curious about that. Because my mic is picking something up. And I'm not sure what. Huh. Okay. Well, unless somebody says different, I'm going to continue. Okay, no? That's really weird. Huh. Yeah, my software is picking something up, but I don't know what it is. Anyway. If you say it's not there, it's not there. Alright, I'll take your word for it. Alright, so anybody else you want to talk about? Because I am here for it. Okay, cool. Cool. That's a good thing then. Appreciate you doing the mic test, my friend. Alright, so any players you would like to talk about? I have the entire depth chart on the screen right now. you are more than welcome to browse through it and choose who you would like to talk about. I'm here for it for another probably 15 minutes. Then we got to really dig into these film studies and not waste any more time with content here, because we got to learn about these defensive tackles. Yeah, so just any name you would like to throw out there. Yeah, here's a name I want to throw out here. Who is Jacob? The right defensive end. Who is this Jacob? Toodley Mariner. I don't know much about him. Okay, Dennis Daly. Yeah, we can talk about Dennis Daly. I'm not thrilled with Dennis Daly right now. I feel like we could do better. He's not the answer. I've seen a number of penalties on his end. It's been 70-30 not good from him thus far. Unless he steps up in that training camp or that preseason, I don't see him staying after that contract runs out. I just don't. The only reason he's still here is because of that contract. I'm just not sold. If we want to look at his contract, we can. I think it's 2 ends. Yeah, it's 2 ends. There it is. Yeah, let's see what this man's contract looks like. Yeah. He signed through 22 for a 1-year deal. I don't remember signing him. Do y'all remember us resigning him at all? I don't remember that. Let me check the transactions. I don't remember that. If we did, I did not agree to that. I did not agree with that one. I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it, y'all. Not this year we didn't. Unless y'all see something I don't. Because I'm going slow and I don't see him. And I read a little faster than y'all do. Yeah, it's not in there. So, was this man on like a 2-year deal or something like that? Was that what happened there with Dennis Daly? Somebody that knows something about contracts, let me know. No, why would we resign that bum? If we did, then that's a camp body. Yeah, exactly, man. Exactly. To me, he's third string or a camp body. He had about 61% snaps in 2019. He had 49% snaps last year. But this doesn't even tell you how many penalties he had, or missed blocks. That's the problem. You know, they're not going to tell you that on Spot Track. There's a couple other places they won't tell you that either. And it was not pretty. I'll say that. Yeah, Sean Chandler is the one that really got under my skin. Why in the world we re-signed him? That, for double the money he made last year, and he gave up 24 points? It looked like he was lost in the Wizard of Oz land out there, like, on half of those plays. Dude, why waste the money on that? Doesn't make sense. That's like going to Burger King and asking for a taco. Why? You don't do that. You just don't do that. You're wasting your time and your money. Like, it makes zero sense to me. I mean, not that they won't make tacos at Burger King. You know, at some point in the future, probably, because it's a trend. Just like these teams pick up dumb players because it's a trend. Because they don't know what they're doing. But Scott is not one of those GMs. So why do we pick him up? And for those that missed it earlier in the stream, I made a very, very shocking discovery in the last stream. Take a wild guess where this dude is from. And if you could take a guess where he's from, you'll know who picked him. And it wasn't Scott. You'll know who pushed for this signing, ladies and gentlemen. Check this out. Temple. Now do you see why he's still on this roster? Now do you see the damage that Matt Rule is doing every day that you keep him on this staff? That's 14 points at least we're giving up if we put him in the red zone situations next year. That's 14 at least. Probably going to be a lot more than that. Stupid. That's the one I got mad at. Right there. I get mad at one move every year that we make. I get really mad at it. Two. I understand we're not going to have a perfect roster. I understand there's going to be one player that isn't going to measure up to everybody else and is going to hurt us. I get that. But when you re-sign somebody that gives up 24 points in a game and he's put into the wrong situations at the wrong time, that's coaching. That's coaching. 100% that's coaching. You can't blame that on anything else but coaching when you know what he's going to do when you put him out there. After he's done it a consistent 2 or 3 times. That is coaching. And he was a bum. He's choosing players that he's familiar with. But they went to Temple for a reason. Exactly. Bro. I'm going to run through this roster one more time. I'm going to show you guys. Look at the college section. We're only going to look at the college section here. And y'all tell me what we're looking at here. That's two guys from Baylor. Bravion Roy, Sam Tacklenberg. What did Bravion Roy do this past year? Not much. What did Sam Tacklenberg do last year? Not too much. Moving on. Now, I'm not going to blast the Colorado State wide receiver here because I think that's a special teams move. So, moving on. We got some LSU guys that have panned out pretty well. You get all the way down here. You get some Notre Dame people, happy with it. Ohio State. Ohio State's one of those teams that is consistently in the top 5 of the playoffs every year. Happy with it. Occasionally you're going to find somebody from like Oregon State or something like that, or Penn State. Maybe even Rhode Island. Who knows, right? We've had a lot of success with South Carolina players, so it's not a surprise. You recruit from Gamecocks. I'm okay with that. Even as a Clemson fan, I'm okay with that. Trying to build the best 53-man roster possible. Christian McCaffrey, Stanford. Now, here's where we start getting in trouble. Notice how many Temple players. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in a row. Now, we're not going to count P.J. Walker because he was already here and he was from Canada, the Canadian League. So that's 5. That's 5. There's the connection right there. Now here's the thing. The Matt Ioannidis signing happens to work out for us because this guy is a really good defensive tackle. I'm not opposed to that one. Sam Franklin Jr., take him or leave him. Robbie Anderson, take him or leave him. He's been in the league for a while. If we hadn't been paying attention to which college these guys came from, I would have never even known that Robbie came from Temple. Unless I did my homework. I wouldn't even look twice at which college he came from. I wouldn't really care. He's Robbie. You know what I mean? Colin, our backup tight end, Temple. Again, this is... What are we doing? I'm actually okay with re-signing P.J. Walker. I know a lot of folks were against that. I think that he is a third-string quarterback battling for second. That's my analysis on PJ. But we could find somebody better, for sure, to put in front of him for that second string role. And that's why you see that open slot for that second string. I guarantee you PJ is not getting that second string. Just because he had it last year for a little while doesn't mean he's going to keep it. So I wouldn't get too excited about that one. It is what it is. I wouldn't get too frustrated with it either. I wouldn't make too much of it. Let's see. The Ian Thomas signing. Excuse me. the Ian Thomas signing, I think was a good thing, but we spent way too much money on him. Way too much money on him. And that was before that whole thing popped up about him. I never did agree with the amount of money that he was given. That was too much. So, yeah, it's a make or break year for everyone from Temple, Rule included. Oh no, Rule's gone. Rule's gone. After this season, Rule is gone. If he's not gone, I'll be absolutely shocked, and then we can put some heat on Tepper and start hitting him in the wallet, because this is getting ridiculous, you know. Yeah, Ian Thomas is facing legal trouble now. See, we didn't know that when he got signed for the extension. We didn't know that. Now we do. And it's like, okay, well, that was too much money anyway before he got into that legal trouble. That was way too much money. For what he was producing on the field, plus you got Tommy Tremble starting, no, too much money for a backup role tight end. Now, if you want to restructure that deal, Scott, please do. That'll give us a little more money to work with. I'm down with that. You know, if you want to keep him on the roster and just restructure his contract, I'm down with it. But he should not be commanding that type of a contract right now. No. Now, if you want to pay Tommy that money, there's the question mark, because how much is he actually worth as a starter? That we can have a discussion on another day. You know what I mean? Like, but we're talking about Ian Thomas here. Only Ian. So, yeah, no. Last 2 years, he had a chance to show what he was. The man, he choked. You're talking about PJ now with that comment. I disagree with that for two reasons. One, we didn't have a proper O-line to properly test him. Two, we didn't have an offensive game plan. So again, we can't properly test him. We can't properly vet him. Because Joe Brady was absolute garbage. You know, at offense coordinator, he was garbage. Now, who's to say he's not good at being like an assistant somewhere or a quarterback coach? But offensive coordinator, no. That man had no game plan whatsoever. So how are you going to test a quarterback with no O-line? You know, virtually no O-line. We're going to call it that at this point, before all the additions. And no game plan. You can't properly test a quarterback with neither one of those things. So, again, you go back into our history. Same thing with Will Grier. You know, you can't properly vet these guys until you fix those two things. So, that's what. And you especially can't vet these guys when they're on the injury list all the time. Because of your O-line. Joe Brady was horrible, true, but PJ looked like he didn't have a clue. Well, that was because Joe Brady didn't have a clue. Joe Brady's game plan was the most basic watered down game plan you'll ever see in the NFL. So, of course, PJ didn't have a clue. He didn't even know what he was looking at half the time when he was looking at the playbook. How's he supposed to figure out where these guys are supposed to be when Joe Brady can't even figure out his way up, figure out how to eat a cookie with milk? You know? With this offensive coordinator job. Like, it's ridiculous. You try to listen to Joe Brady's press conferences, you lose brain cells. You literally lose brain cells. So how is PJ supposed to figure that out? You tell me. So again, best judgment on him, third string quarterback. After the draft, our O-line shouldn't be the scapegoat anymore for the quarterbacks to push the blame into. True. Facts. We'll have an accurate idea of who these quarterbacks are and what they can do with a proper O-line and a proper game plan. I'm just hoping Ben McAdoo can give us a proper game plan. We know that he can handle quarterbacks. That's not the question here. But can he handle an offensive coordinator job? Excuse me. I don't know. We'll find out. And we're not going to find out in training camp. We're going to find out in preseason. I want to see a few plays run in preseason that I haven't seen before without giving away the store. That's what I want. And that'll show me who Ben McAdoo is as an offensive coordinator. Don't go nuts with it, but just give me a few plays that you might throw out into the regular season. And we'll take a look at them. We'll see, how did he handle the signal calling? Was it too long? Was it too short? What was it? What type of plays did they have communication issues figuring it out? There's a lot of things that I want to know. So, there's a lot that goes into it. And once I see like 2 preseason games in, then we'll know what we're dealing with. But until then, it's like a huge guessing game. And we're just relying on what he's done in the past so far to tell us who he is. So, until we have that, again, I'm not ready to try to evaluate quarterbacks properly. And training camp's not going to tell you that because it's the most basic drills being run. It's stuff that everybody runs in the NFL. So, corner routes, out routes, the basic slants, stuff like that. Everybody runs those. That's not going to tell you anything. It's preseason that'll tell you what you want to know. And start answering some of those questions. So, absolutely, the offensive coordinator played a major role in the failure of our quarterbacks. That and the O-line, but McAdoo and a rebuilt O-line should make a major difference. We'll see. We'll see on McAdoo, man. I don't know. I'm not sold. I'm not sold until preseason. I'm not sold. Nobody knows anything about him. And that's the problem. Yo, what's good, Kason? How you doing, man? Welcome on in. He's been with me on a couple of these film studies, so I appreciate you, man. I just hope it looks different, and I'm not talking about the run or pass. About run, pass, run, pass. Yeah, true. Anything's better than that offensive coordinator we had under John Fox back in the day. Oh, gosh. Don't get me started. Seriously, don't get me started on that. That was the most embarrassing offensive coordinator we've ever had in our franchise history. The John Fox times of 3 runs and punt because they didn't believe in the quarterback. Let's run a draw play on every first down. Because that works. God. Not even the Lions were that dumb. Not even the Lions, bro. Come on. Even the Jets offensive coordinator was better than that. Our offensive coordinator was a joke. Biggest joke of the league. Biggest joke. Absolutely. It wouldn't matter who he had behind center. He was still going to run a draw. He didn't care. He did not care, folks. It was that dumb. I saw about 3 games of that and I was just like, I've had enough. We ain't doing nothing this season. Pack it up. We going home. You know? Oh, man. Don't get me wrong, man. I love John Fox. He's a great guy. But he's a defensive coordinator. Overhyped defensive coordinator. He's not a head coach. Never was. I liked when we had Chud Cam's rookie year. The offense was explosive. Yes. My God, yes. Wish we could get him back. Where is he now? That's a good question. Where is he now? Chudzinski. I don't know his first name. I don't remember his first name offhand. It's been a while. I told y'all I'm bad with names. I'm gonna Google him. As a football coach, Rob. Is it this dude? I mean, he's a coach. Coach with the Colts and the Cleveland Browns. Might be Chad. Okay. Nah, we're still getting robbed. Yeah, we're still getting robbed here. So I don't know. I ain't gonna spend too much time on that though. Yeah, he left for Cleveland. It was Rob. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think he's an assistant coach now. If it was Rob, then yeah. Yeah, Kaysen, you missed the new NFL playoff overtime rules, buddy. They're pretty crazy. But I think it's a system that'll work. Yeah, Vietnam. Were you around when I explained it before? About the new overtime rules? If not, here you go. Both sides will get a chance to possess the ball and score a touchdown. If both score a touchdown, the game continues. If one team has possessed the ball and gets a field goal and the other one gets a touchdown, game's over. Fair enough, right? It evens things back out. It really does. And then there's the 2-point conversion. Once both teams have scored the touchdown, you know. I like it. I think this is going to work. It's an experiment, but I think it'll work. I'd like to see like how far this goes. And if this works in the NFL, then definitely switch that up to college too, you know? Because the college games just go on forever. God, they go on forever. I was watching like a few of these college overtime games. They go to like, what, 4, 5, 6 overtimes? It gets ridiculous, bro. Like, there's got to be a place to end it. Like, people want to go to bed, man. You know what I mean? They don't want to be staying up till 2 a.m. watching this garbage. Like, as much as y'all love your teams, you got to get sleep. You got work in the morning. You got school in the morning. You got, you know, you name it in the morning. Some of these people ain't here for that, man. If it's a Saturday night, some people got church in the morning. You know what I'm saying? Like, they ain't here for that till 2 in the morning. That's what I'm saying. If this works, shift it to college. Let's see if it works there too. Because if it works in the NFL, it will work in college. That I can guarantee you. And here's the thing. All the people have to vote on it in college. The boards have to vote on it in college. And, you know, that's the thing. There's no guarantee everybody's going to vote for it. A lot of people going to vote against it. Because they don't like change. There's a lot of these old-timey guys running these boards, man, in college football. They don't like that. They don't like change. They don't like it when you start messing around with stuff. They think, oh, this works, even though it doesn't. You got a few of those in the NFL, too. Stubborn old birds, you know? And it's a shame. It really is a shame, because some of this stuff is actually really beneficial to the league and to college football. So, and the trickle down effect, you know, it affects the drafting. It heavily affects the drafting. When you see some of these teams go to overtime, you know, it ups a draft pick's value, a player's value, in a lot of cases. Especially if they're on a major team. It could be a difference of 2 to maybe 10 picks. You know, if you're talking first round. Beyond that, it could be a difference of of like uplifting somebody from the third round to the second round. Big differences there. Especially in bowl games when you got national attention on you. So yes, it does affect the pipeline. Everything is connected. Now here's the other thing I wanted to show you all about this roster. How many of these guys are from New York? How many of these guys did we pull from the Jets and the Giants? Not just Temple. Not just Temple guys. It's plainly obvious which ones are Matt Rule's people. Plainly obvious. But here's the encouraging thing. Look at these top three. Alabama. All three. What school has the history of the most trophies in college football right now? Alabama. Then you scroll on down. You got Ohio State. You got 3 guys from Ohio State. What school has been in the top 10 every single year consistently? Ohio State. Notre Dame has had a history of putting players into these drafts. Successful players. Now, I'm not saying that Troy Pride is the best one out there. I'm not saying that Tommy Tremble is the best one out there. But J.J. Jensen came from Notre Dame. Again, big name. Place right there. History with the South Carolina Gamecocks. We get a Texas guy here. You like to see that. That's that new fullback that we just signed. Washington, you like to spread that out a little bit. That's good. And Lulu's are actually from Washington State. So there you go. There's a good even spread here of good teams in here. You got a couple from Minnesota, 2 from Mississippi, 4 from LSU. That's a good school to pull people from. Florida State has always done us right, usually. Unless you count KB, But we won't count that one. Auburn has always been good to us in the most recent years with good people. So, I mean, you consider all these different colleges that have great histories of successful draftable players. And that's the point I was trying to make. You want to pull from the better ones out there. Yeah, you're going to find people from FIU or Western Kentucky maybe, or Nevada. Somebody like that every once in a blue moon that stands out. But for the most part, you're gonna stick to the colleges that have been the most successful. That's why you see me go for some of these players from certain colleges in these mock drafts. I'm not just doing it just to do this. I selected these specific colleges because they have a history of successful players in those positions. in recent years, in the last 10 years. So, and as of right now, the top dog right now is Georgia. Everybody wants Georgia players. Alabama ones are always highly sought after. Michigan is always up there too. Ohio State. Yeah, I didn't pay too much attention to these smaller teams. But yeah, there's an Auburn guy. Excuse me. There's Oklahoma. But, if you get lucky, you might find somebody good from Tennessee. They've had a good team as of the last 2 to 3 years. You might find somebody from Kentucky. Kentucky's been good. So you want to pull from these trending teams, you know what I mean? That works. For what you're trying to do. To build a 53-man roster successfully. Now, can a Colorado State guy be successful? Absolutely. You never know. One in 100 of these guys could be a diamond in the rough. Absolutely. It all depends on, if they stand out in film, they've been having an excellent, stellar year, and nobody else is on that team, and the team kind of stays stagnant, below the 25 ranking, and that's why this player doesn't get noticed. Absolutely, you can find a gem. It happens a lot. A lot more than you think. There's a Central Arkansas guy. Who knows, man? That's what's beautiful about this draft, man. You could find an absolute gem in one of these places, and you would never know it until they set foot on that field. In an NFL uniform, after you took a Vegas-style gamble on them and said, okay, the style fits, the character fits, what we're looking for fits, let's see what you can do. They're taking a gamble. 5th, 6th, 7th round. And you never know. One of these guys could be an absolute monster. I've seen it happen 100 times. So that's why I say yes, we can wait on defensive players until after the 4th round. Because, look, man, there's still going to be some ballers in there. There's still going to be. We need linebacker depth. Now, here's an interesting proposal that I'm going to throw out here. If you trade down that number 6 pick, you now have access to Christian Harris, the linebacker from Alabama. You now have access to Brian from Oklahoma. You now have access to Nakobe Dean from Georgia. That's 3 really good linebackers right there, including Channing Tindall from Georgia as well. You would have access to all of those. And I'm not running a mock right now. I'm just showing you what's available. Devontae Wyatt at number 36 here on the PFN. You would have access to that. Mathis down here at 64. We're going to be covering defensive tackles today in film study. Haskell Garrett at 142 has been a target of mine. So yeah, you would have access to all these guys. And it's just to give you an example. And defensive tackle wise, yeah, I really like Haskell Garrett. I think if you don't go Wyatt early, if your heart is set on defensive tackle, you know, at the number 6 or the trade down, Garrett is an excellent choice. And Wyatt is as well. Mathis is an excellent choice. So, yeah, that's if your heart is set on defensive tackle, which I doubt it is. I highly doubt it is. If you want a safety, I have not checked out the safeties yet. But, ooh, excuse me, y'all. I'm tired. I'm trying to make it through all this, though. We're going to get to the film study, I promise. Yes, that's a safety class that I'm not completely familiar with. So we would have to go through all those to find a replacement for Sean Chandler. But yeah, here it is. Akeem from North Carolina State. Is this dude worth taking at number 6, or are you willing to sacrifice him for 2 B+ offensive linemen? That's the ongoing debate right now. Evan Neal is most likely going to be off the board. 90% chance he's going to be off the board. Charles Cross, no. I would trade down. If your best choice is Charles Cross, trade down. Now, the last mock draft I did, Sam Howell was there. I took him in the first round. Late first round, I took him. He was still there. I'm not missing that chance. No. I like him. If you can get him and an offensive lineman, do it. That's a win. You know? No, he's not Malik Willis. You know? No, he's not Kenny Pickett. But Sam Howell will do you proud. I'm telling you. He could be the next Joe Burrow and come out of nowhere and surprise everybody. You don't know. You don't know until you pick him and trade him up. I've had my eye on Sam Howell since last year. Since last year's draft, as a matter of fact. Somebody mentioned him in last year's draft, and they said, what about Sam Howell? Should we wait a year and go after Sam Howell? And I said, you know what, maybe. Maybe. Those were my exact words. I said maybe. And now, you know what's interesting? We just had the pro day of Sam Howell. And I'm hoping that we had at least one Panther representative there to at least take a look at it and find out what we're doing with. Because this is an excellent opportunity for us, you know, if we're going to trade down to pick him up, you know, and get our offensive line plus a quarterback. Yeah, Anthony Brown, right there, a day ago, on Facebook, on the Panther Nation page. Here we go. Are we sleeping on Sam Howell being our next franchise quarterback? Because I keep hearing about Kenny Pickett and Malik Willis. Thank you, Anthony Brown. Finally asking the important question right now. I know that there's going to be a lot of people that say no on Sam Howell. I know that. I'm not going to, I'm not going to push hard on it. But if people think that that there's a chance that he could develop into somebody good, worth a shot. That's the best available quarterback on the board if you trade down that deep into the first round. And don't trade out of the first. No question about it. Sam will drop to 20. He'll probably get taken about 20, 25 range. I could see that. By who? I don't know. But if you drop that far down with the trade down, maybe I could see taking a shot. You know what I'm saying? I could see taking a shot over not getting a lineman. Maybe. I haven't seen anybody feel strongly either way, towards him. There's some no's, a good chunk of no's, but, there's also some yeses too. So, I don't think anyone's going to feel any kind of way, if we decided to trade down and he's there. But, yeah, I'm not against Sam Howell at all. I think that's our best choice down there if we trade down. Again, he's not Kenny Pickett, he's not Malik Willis, but he's Sam Howell. You know what you're getting. And if you don't like him, he can be a bridge quarterback for you. Sure, I got no problem with that. 2-year deal on him. Go for it. If he doesn't work out, he doesn't work out. We still got PJ. As our third stringer. And we can make do in free agency if he isn't it. We can move him, on a rookie deal. I don't see any reason, these are, more options for us. There's one person in here that says he's equivalent to Baker Mayfield. Yeah, and I'm asking, how is that? I'm with you, Anthony. I want to know how that is too. Yeah. I'm going to give that a like. I'm curious as to that answer too. Does anyone not want us to go after Charles Cross? Yeah, I'm not feeling Cross. I'm just not getting those vibes from Charles Cross. I'm sorry, y'all. And it's either Evan Neal, Akeem, or we go fishing. You know what I'm saying? As I like to call it, we go fishing. with trades. Because I don't think that, and even Akeem is a 50-50 go fishing one for me. I don't know. But keep that in mind. Let's do a joke in here for just a second. Now, this is interesting. Did you know that when Matt Ryan was traded for that third round pick, it was specifically pick number 82? Now read that backwards. Read that backwards, y'all. Oh my god. Dude, the Falcons just can't escape the meme. They can't do it. It's too good. Oh, there's just no way. There's no way it's that coincidental. That's amazing. Yo, we can't make this up. You can't make this up. Oh, I'm happy. I'm happy on that one. That's funny. Oh, wow. Alright, so the other funny thing that happened this week is the head coaches took pictures, and there were countless memes of Matt Rule's pants not being ironed. Now you know I gotta rag on you at least once. Did your wife forget to iron your pants, dude? Because we know you don't iron your own pants. Did your wife forget to iron them for you? Alright. Back to some seriousness, though. I just wanted to throw in a couple of lighthearted jokes, though. It's worth a few minutes. Alright. Let's get to some film study, shall we, folks? This is what y'all came here for. Now, we are going to start with Jordan Davis. Georgia Highlands. This dude is 6'6", 340 pounds of just pure athletic muscle. Now, I've watched him against my Clemson Tigers, and I could not believe it. I'm going to be real with you. I could not believe what I saw. Dude's a monster. I could definitely see him going to the top 15 somewhere. For absolute sure. Somebody's picking him up in the top 15. Now, I'm going to mute the video because of the fact that I don't want copyright issues. Because I don't know what y'all keep putting in these videos, but it keeps popping up with copyrights. So, I'm going to mute that, and we're just going to go through this. Alright, so we're going with the Just Bombs Productions one. This is the 4-minute video. If you want, I can link the video in the chats. If that's what y'all want me to do, I'd be happy to do that. Just let me know. Hold on, y'all. Let me get that Facebook page back up. Hold up. Alright, would y'all like me to link these videos so you can keep up with what we're doing in the chats? I'll probably end up just doing it anyway. Alright. We'll go ahead and do that real quick. So y'all can watch with me. And we won't have any confusion. All right. There it is. Link is up. So y'all can watch it with me. If you're on Facebook, you can see all these with me. And I'll tell you the timestamps to stop at and where to start, you know? And y'all can listen to the sound on your own time, you know? Wherever you're watching yours from. Just open up a separate browser. It should open up a separate one. So you can have my stream sound on and be able to watch this with us. Alright. I'll give you all a second. Alrighty, folks. 3, 2, 1, let's go. .66", 340 pounds. Okay, they circled him. Nice speed. That's something I noticed right out of the gate. Good footwork. He was able to shift around the center very easily. Oh, he's being held on that point, and he still got him. Alright, now I want you to notice that Clemson's line hasn't been the greatest this year. And so if they show any from this year, where they played Clemson this year, keep that in mind. These look like his first freshman year. Ooh, nice. Nice job of bouncing off tackles right there. Offensive lineman and splitting that double team. Good strength. Good athleticism. Okay. Good job at getting off that block. That center had him for a good whole second and a third there. And he managed to get off of him. Same thing there in Vanderbilt. And that's against Bama. Arkansas. That was an earlier one with Bama in it, but that was Arkansas. That's a good example of where, you know, if you're a running back and you hesitate, and you try to do all these fancy runs, you know, with Cincinnati there, these fast guys will stick you behind the line of scrimmage before you can even get past that line. And if he comes in unchecked, you're done. Because this dude does not hesitate. He goes full on. I can see that already. Look at those arms, dude. My goodness. All right. But yeah, again, that shows you if you're a running back and you try to fool around too much, you're already done for against a defensive tackle like that. You're already done. You're not going anywhere. You try to take that little stutter step, you know, to try to open up a lane or a little extra cut that you don't need to make. Oh yeah. That's a tackle for a loss of 3 or more yards. Like, these guys don't mess around. Guys like your boy Jordan Davis here, he don't mess around. I can tell already. I like him. Now, would I draft Jordan Davis at number 6? I don't know. We don't need a defensive tackle as badly as we need an offensive tackle or a quarterback. So I'm going to say no. You know? But that's definitely an option on the table. You know what I'm saying? Like, you get a big guy like Jordan Davis on as an option at number 6, you can't ignore it. Yeah, it's huge arms. So, the second guy I want to look at is Perrian Winfrey. Now, I haven't looked at this guy much, but we're going to look at Jordan Davis's scouting report here on PFN. Before we move on. A 340-pound behemoth who stands at an imposing 6'6". I already said that. Spurned the chance to go to the NFL to return for his senior season. As a result, he's projected to be one of the top ones in the class. Scouting report details what? You're not giving me anything here, Oliver. I'm not seeing anything in your little report here. Like, you gotta sell me on this dude. Talk about his athleticism. Talk about his footwork. Talk about his hands, you know? Give me something. That was a weak report right there. And, come on, bro. Alright, so Perrian Winfrey, let's talk about him. 6'3", 290 is what he was weighed in at when they got him for PFN here. Though not elite, proportional length, along with a robust length leverage combination, he has an explosive get off. He brings a lot of juice as a rusher and incredibly twitchy for his size. His upper body is extremely amped up. He pairs it with lateral athleticism to shift past gaps and manipulate blocking angles. There we go. See, that's the stuff I'm looking for, Ian. There we go. Give me more reports like that right there. I like stuff like that right there. That tells me more about him. Yeah, both of these guys are better than anything we've got in our defensive tackle room right now, in my opinion. However, is it worth spending a number 6 on this dude? Excuse me. Hold up. I gotta pull up. There we go. Yeah, he's definitely better than Bravion Roy, Frank Herron, and Davion Nixon, as well as Phil Hoskins and Derek Brown. Now, Matt, I don't know. How does he stack up against a Pro Bowler? You know, a former Super Bowl ring defensive tackle here. That's the question. You know, but we're not looking for that. We're looking for somebody that can add depth. I'm okay with Roy starting, but, you know, if we find somebody better, I'm not opposed to them starting right off the gate. You know, if we really, really get sold on a defensive tackle here at number 6, then sure. But for me, I'm not... Even with the guy from Georgia, I'm still not sold yet. You know, on anybody I would pick at 6. You know, that I feel strongly about. It doesn't outweigh the offensive line need or the quarterback need at this point. If you find somebody that's better, that outweighs that, then we got a discussion. You know what I'm saying? Like that becomes a debate. But right now, I'm not seeing it in this defensive tackle room. He faced Bama guards and centers the last few years. Yeah, sure. Oh, yeah. Every Georgia person, but is it worth picking him at number 6? The answer is no. That's going to be a resounding no from me. That's just my take. Yeah, we need offensive line more. Or a quarterback more if you trade down. If we get Sam Howell in an offensive line, you know, I'll take that trade off any day of the week and give up one of these defensive tackles. Yes. That's still going to be a win for me. You might find Mathis at the bottom of the first round, start of the second. That's what I'm thinking. On the real NFL draft, you know. He's rated at 64, but I think he's going to go before that. Devontae Wyatt will be in the top 30. That's a guarantee. Jordan Davis will probably go in the top 15. Now, where in the top 15, I don't know. But if not 6th, maybe 12th. You think Jordan Davis will drop it as far as 12th? That'd be interesting if he did. I don't want to make any promises, but, if he dropped as far as 12th, that would be very, very interesting. I'm going to keep an eye on that one. Because there's at least 3 teams in that top 15 that might go for a defensive tackle right now. And I'm not saying we're not one of them, but the chances are very, very slim that we'll do it. Knowing Scott. As well as I think I do. Brown was picked 8th, and that was a waste? Yeah. Well, if you look at Brown, I wouldn't exactly call it a waste, but he definitely should not have been picked up in that first round. Hindsight's 2020, but it is what it is. But based on his size, weight, and where he came from, I can't really fault us for going that direction. Too much. We did need help there. And we thought, okay, well, maybe he might provide what we need. Let me see if I can find him. I actually do agree with that. He should be a Pro Bowler if we pick him that high. Yeah, Auburn. You're looking at a 6'5", 320-pound defensive tackle here. And that's a Marty pick, isn't it? That was a Marty pick. I mean, chances are about 1 in 20 you're going to find a hit up there at defensive tackle. But most of them are going to be busts. Average or bust. When you pick up a defensive tackle that early. They better be a Pro Bowler or you got a bust. It's one or the other. Yeah, I'm not exactly calling Brown a bust, but at the same time, in comparison to the other defensive tackles out there on that list, yeah, it's a tough sell not to call him a bust, You got an average level guy. Let's face it. So we got the wrong one. And that can happen too. You think you did all your homework, you scouted well, and even then you're not guaranteed to get a Pro Bowler. There's always going to be that one guy that will become a Pro Bowler, but one out of how many? You know what I mean? Out of each draft class. Alright, so let's take a look at Perrian Winfrey. Okay. And we're going to go with this one. Okay. And a link. Boom. Boom. There we go. Link is in both chats. I'll give you guys a minute. All right. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Pause at 3 seconds. We are looking at 23 tackles, 5.5 sacks, 1 forced fumble last year. Interesting. All right. Let's continue. Oh, he's quick. He's quick, all right. That's the first thing I'm noticing. Ooh! What a hit. My gosh. Forced fumble, there it is. That was against Oklahoma State, too. Huh. Alright. For a safety. Look at that. Oh, that bull rush. Dude. Whoa, 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 whoa. Back that up. Stop it at 54 seconds, y'all. And back that play up. We're going to back that up to about 41 seconds. Let's take a look at this play from this different angle here one more time. I want y'all to see something. I'll give y'all a second. Alright, now watch this. He is plowing through that right guard and the running back and slammed them both onto the ground. in the same play. In the same play, y'all. Jeez. How big are your arms? Golly. This dude is swole. Oh my God. That guard never stood a chance. That Tulane guard never stood a chance. Oh my God. Jeez. I mean, this is Western Carolina, though. Western Carolina garbage. We all know this. Man, he made that offensive line look like it was never even there. Alright, here's one against Nebraska. Oh. Okay, good feet tackle. Good feet tackle. I like that. Dude's moving around. That's how you bring him down. You get him by that ankle back there, man. Oh, there we go. Okay, that's a good tackle against the West Virginia running back right there. That's a quarterback. Okay. I didn't see the play fake on that one. Nice pressure, forcing that throwaway right there. Very nice. Yup, you're done. It's a sack right there. That's all I'm gonna say. These poor guards. They're just getting manhandled. This is just sad. You're talking about Texas guys too. These are big boys. Big old Texas boys. Okay. TCU's not recruiting as well as they normally are on the offensive line in the last couple of years. But I mean, they still managed to get some bruisers though, but not big enough, you know, that it would make a difference. But I mean, nice pass rush though. That is the power. That is some nastiness for sure. The one that impressed me the most, and I'll go back through this 1 point one more time here. I want y'all to see this one more time. Hold up. Where's it at? Where he literally just clobbers this dude from Iowa State. That's the one that caught my attention. Look at this hit. Gah! You ain't getting away from that. There's just no way. And then there's this one from Oklahoma State where he just slams down the guard and the running back. And I want you to look at how big this guard is. This is number 70 here. Look how big this dude is. He had him on the ground and the running back. This guy right here. Both on the same play. Both on the same play. I need to see this view one more time. I need to see it. This is so satisfying right here. Look at this. Tell me where you have seen a defensive tackle do that in college football. Man. Oh. I ain't never seen that. I ain't never seen that before, ever. From a defensive tackle. That's impressive. That's the stuff I'm looking for. That's what catches my eye right there. Do something unique. Do something that catches my eye. If you're going to be in the top 10, do something like that. Aaron Darnold. You're exactly right. He reminds me of Aaron Darnold. I like that comparison. That's good. You're exactly right. That's a tank right there. Number 33. Now, where is this dude going to land? I'm going to say top 20. Knowing how these draft orders are, I'm going to say top 20. Let's look at it. Because Jordan Davis is going to be in that top 10, I think. Somewhere in the top 10. Winfrey is going to hit top 15 to 20 range. No lower than 20. I just don't see it. If he drops past 20 and you're one of these teams right here, New England, Green Bay, Arizona, Dallas, Buffalo, Tennessee, Tampa Bay, you just got a steal of a defensive player. Because I ain't even lying. He can definitely take those skills to the next level. For sure. Now, is he worth a first round pick? Yeah. Yeah, I'd say so. Late first round. If you're a late first round team, yeah, for sure. KC won't touch him. They won't get near 29 and 30. They're not going to get to him. Because if New England doesn't pick him up, Green Bay will. If Green Bay doesn't pick him up, Dallas will. If Dallas doesn't pick him up, the Titans will. If the Titans don't grab him, Tampa will. So you're not going to get all the way down here to 29 or 30. There's no way. I don't see it. It's going to be top 25 or not at all in the first round. So, I mean, keep that in mind if your heart is set on a defense on this dude in the top 25. You had better trade down within that top 25, otherwise you're screwed. You're not getting them. You go past 25, you're not getting them. Same with Devontae Wyatt. Whichever team doesn't pick up Winfrey that's going for a defensive tackle will immediately go for Wyatt. And I'm about to show y'all why. If you've been watching Wyatt like I have, then you already know what to expect from this dude. If you haven't, you're ready for a treat. This dude's a monster. I'm going to tell you that right now. Hold on, let me get through these ads. That's another reason why I give y'all a minute once I get these links in here. But yeah, I'm about to show y'all why. Devontae, okay. Alright, it is in the Facebook chat. And it's in the YouTube chat now. There we go. So anyone watching in the VOD, y'all can just click on the link and check this out yourself if you don't want to watch with me. But I'm going to let y'all get through the ads while I set up here. Alright. We're talking about a big, big man right here. He's fast, he's athletic, he's strong, and he will dominate your guard. He will. At the NFL level, he's a second stringer already, right out of the gate. I don't know about a starter. He would be a starter for the Lions, probably, or the Broncos. But, you know, beyond that, maybe Houston. But for teams that already have strong Pro Bowler defensive tackles, you know, he'd be a second or third stringer. You'd have to develop him a little, you know, for that first year, but he learns quickly. Alright, so it's a 7-20-minute video. Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Look at this double team he just beat. I want to stop it right here at 7 seconds. I want to run this at half speed. And I want y'all to watch his footwork and his athleticism here. Hit it back to triple zeros. And we're going to go in 3, 2, 1. Boom. Look at this. I had the playback speed too high. There we go. Watch this. Gets absolutely face masked right there. It still keeps going. Beats a double team. Look at the speed on this man right here. Look at this aggressive tackle and just slams him to the ground. I mean, that right there. That's why I like this guy. Out of the 3 choices, this is why I've been targeting him. And I already knew he could do this because I've seen him do it against that Arkansas team. I saw this play in live action before it became a YouTube. I was already impressed with this. Let's continue. He's got some more highlights. Let's go. And look at that. Look at the speed. That's the main thing I want to point out to y'all. Look at the speed and the strength that he just displayed right there. Jeez. Look at this. He just bounced right off of a guard. Whoa. Wait, what? The playback speed's normal, right? This ain't a joke. He really is this fast, y'all. Look at that pick. He just jumped the route. Pass rush grade A. I agree with that. I like how they draw that line for you right there. He got held the entire play. Watch this. He gets held. And he still pushes them 5 yards back. That's a bull rush right there. Wow. That's power. This is the dude I would consider, if we traded down, if I was going to go for a defensive tackle, or decide on a quarterback or an offensive tackle, this would make me reconsider that choice. This guy right here. Look how quickly he gets around him. We're talking... Unfortunately for him, that quarterback is really athletic and fast and very elusive. But look at that. Before he can even set up, he's already past him. That is nutty, dude. Quarterback just set his feet and he's already back there. Lordy. Oh, you got no chance. You got no chance. If you couldn't even set your feet, you got no chance against this dude. He's going right through you. If y'all wonder why I value speed and athleticism over brute weight and strength, this is why. This is a classic video explanation of why. Because if you got speed like this dude does, that weight don't matter. Whatever weight you want him to be doesn't matter at that point. It's the strength. He has him locked up right here as soon as that quarterback starts moving. Now watch. Whoop. Look at the quickness on getting off that block and it completely switching the other direction once he realizes. And it's a split-second realization too. This might just be the best defensive tackle on the board. in my opinion. And I could certainly argue that case. Look at... That is wild, dude. Again, he is double teamed right there. Absolutely being swamped by 3 blue jerseys right there. And still makes the play. Okay, this is against Bama. This is the real test. How does he do? Okay. He's being doubled. Bama thinks, okay, we got this, right? Nope. Guess again. Still gets his arm up there. This is why you got to keep your hand engaged. Keep the hands of the defender engaged. It will hurt you every time. If they even get one arm up there, classic example of how it can hurt you. Look at the speed and quickness of how he adjusted and did not give up on that tackle. That's beautiful right there. That's... Y'all see now why I'm reconsidering that first round late pick? Like, this would make me reconsider it. If I was to go for a defensive player, this ain't your average hog molly. He's smart. He recognizes where that gap is going to be. Look at this. Boom. He knew exactly how to get around that. Look at the pursuit on it. Well, that's a shutdown screen right there. Alright, pause it, y'all. Because it's an ad. Oh, okay, it's over. Okay, never mind. But yeah, what an interesting look at him for sure. You know, credit to the Football Scout on that one. That's his YouTube channel. You guys go ahead and give him a sub. Give all these guys a like and a sub that you click on the video of, please. Or that I use on the stream. Please do. And as far as streamers go, give my boy Pat Coltrane some love too, man. Love that dude, man. He's a great streamer. And a great guy. Y'all show him some love. Alright, so that's that one. I just wanted to show y'all that one. But I've already seen what Wyatt can do, man. He's... There's a scouting report. I'll leave that on the screen for just a second. Just to let y'all know, you know, if you're watching on YouTube, this is who this guy is. You know exactly what you're getting when you draft him. He ain't making it out of the top 25. You mark my words, he ain't making it out of the top 25. There ain't no way. You better jump on this dude early. I'm thinking your safety net is probably going to be 15 to 20 on him. So yeah, Chargers, Saints, Steelers, pay attention. Because if you want this dude, that's your safety net. He's not making it past Green Bay. I doubt that he makes it past Green Bay or the Cardinals. One of the two of them is going to pick him up. New England's probably going to be hunting for a lineman. So you might get lucky there. But I don't see him getting past Green Bay, Arizona, or Dallas. There's just no way. So if you're a Bills fan right now, you're thinking, uh-oh. You know, we got to look somewhere else. You know, that dude's a monster. And I already know Mathis is going to be a solid one. Butler from Tennessee, I could see being a solid one. I don't want to stay up too late doing this, man. But we might have to do a separate stream just for defensive tackles again, which I don't mind. I may be looking at probably Friday or Saturday for the next stream. So what we could do is we could go through as many of these guys as we want, and then finish up on Friday or Saturday. But yeah, Winfrey's got my attention for sure. Excuse me. Potential top 15. I still like Wyatt better. You know, and based on like the video I just showed y'all, that would be why. So, here's the thing. If we trade down to 16, Wyatt then becomes an option for us. And I'm going to tell you this. If he becomes an option for us, I am not going to be mad at Scott if he goes after Wyatt. I'll say this again. I will not be mad if we trade down and get Wyatt. Because we know exactly what we're getting when we get this dude. I could sell this dude all day long to any top 25 team. Without a doubt. Now, who's buying? See, that's the question. Who's buying on it? Who's nibbling on that hook? He's a good guy, though. Mathis, a lot of people are familiar with Mathis, the number 64 on the list here on the PFN from Alabama. But I think the one that people are not as familiar with is Matthew Butler from Tennessee. And that's the one I want to look at next. Alright, so I'm going to try to sell people on Butler in this 3-minute video here. Because I think he is worth a top 2nd round pick. That's my opinion. And you're about to see why. There we go. And let's get it rolling in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Look at the strength he displays in that first clip against Ole Miss. Pause it at 6 seconds, because I want you to look at that play one more time. Roll it back to 000, timestamp, and then watch this play one more time. Watch the strength against this double team. Now, Ole Miss has been known to have a pretty decent O-line over the past 10 years. And watch this. They can't contain him. 79 is just like, what, where is he? By the time you're trying to ask that question, he's already on that quarterback. By the time your brain is processing that question of where is he, it's that quick. He's already on the quarterback. And you're like, what? That's why you gotta get these guys and you gotta contain them. You can't let them out. They're too quick. They're too dangerous. Alright. Let's continue. Next play. Good tackle too, by the way. Okay. Really forced a fumble on that play too. Wow. Not bad. Okay. It took him a second. Cox had him wrapped up there for a good second. But, if you watch, he had him wrapped up for a good half a second there. So, give credit to him. That's against Indiana. Indiana's never had a line. Come on. This is against Bama. And I'm looking at all these random sacks here against Alabama and all these defensive tackle clips. 55 had him for a minute there. He had him. Nice forced fumble. Against Vandy there. Not bad. And that Vandy lineman is just going, we got away with one. We got lucky. He went for that fumble too. Look at him. Big old body. Ooh! Unblocked, unchecked. They had no idea that dude was even coming on that play. That took him completely off guard. Look at him. The quarterback looks confused. He's just like, he's not supposed to be back here. That's an elusive quarterback that Kentucky has right there. My goodness, look how many white jerseys he just avoided. And that defensive tackle finally got him. Oh, there it is. Okay. Alright, so that's Matthew Butler. Honestly, I still don't think you're gonna find anybody better than Devontae Wyatt. That's my take on it. Because Wyatt checks all the boxes. Not just the aggressiveness, but the speed, the adjustment, the quickness, the footwork, everything that you're looking for in a defensive tackle. Like, he checks all the boxes. The only question is, where's the best fit for him? Which scheme? Does your team have the right scheme to put him in? You know? And based on what we saw, he fits most of the NFL schemes. Yeah. So at that point, it's who wants him, you know? As far as Matthew Butler is concerned, who would get him? That's a good question. I'm thinking he goes into round 2, early round 2. Because I don't see KC or the Packers going for him. The Lions might make a last-second steal there and grab Matthew Butler, but I doubt it. You know, but he'll drop past all these teams into round 2, I think. Because they're all going to be looking for something else. I can guarantee you, Philadelphia's looking for a corner at 15, you know. They may go defensive at 19. Probably a pass rusher. I don't see them going for him. For any of these guys. Again, I could be wrong. I don't know these other teams as well as I know mine. So, feel free to disagree and point out what your team you think they might go for. You know, if you're watching and you're from a different team that I've listed so far. You know, who do you think your team is going to go for past 20? And we're talking New England, Green Bay, Arizona, Dallas, Buffalo, Tennessee, and Tampa Bay. Where do you think, if you're one of those teams and you're one of those fans, who do you think that you would go for if you were one of those teams? Like, who do you think would drop to that point? And why? Because I'm curious. Because I don't think it's going to be one of these defensive tackles. Now, Mathis will stay in that top 30 for sure. I can see him being... Whoever doesn't take Wyatt's going to go for Mathis next. 100%. No doubt about it. Because they love those Alabama guys, man. Zachary Carter gets my attention from Florida. Chris Hinton from Michigan is an interesting one. Garrett, I've already actually watched a little bit of his play with Ohio State, so I'm familiar with him. But if you'd like to find out more about Haskell Garrett, then just go on YouTube and search up his name and type highlights. Yeah, he's a solid one too. I think he goes early round third, probably late round second. That's my guess right now. Carter as well. Now at that point, you're looking at, okay, who's left? You know, you got Travis Jones, you got Logan Hall, you got Chris Hinton from Michigan at that point, John Ridgeway from Arkansas. And it's just best available at that point at defensive tackle. If Mathis is still there, and we get lucky, Mathis over Garrett for sure. No contest. No contest at all. Because I've seen them both play. Garrett doesn't quite have the adjustment ability of Mathis, and that's why. You know, it's kind of a tick below. Plus his footwork needs a little work. And I'd like to see, Garrett's footwork needs a little work. And I'd like to see an NFL defensive coach work with him on that. And let's see how he does, you know. He's still an excellent pick, you know, for third or fourth round, which is where we would be moving down to. This is why, like, I targeted him specifically for the fourth round. I think he'll still be there, 142. By the time we pick at 137, I think he will still be there. I can't guarantee that, though. He could go early 4th, so be aware of that. Maybe late round 3rd. You know, there's a lot of teams vying for defensive mocks. I'm going to be doing a little bit of film study off stream to kind of catch up on linebackers and defensive tackles, whoever we missed. But as of right now, I'm trying to picture like where we might end up, you know, in this draft if we just go with the 1st and 4th. Because at the moment, I'm picturing us going for a linebacker around 4th round. Because there's Brian here at 93. You know, he could drop as a chance. That's the thing, man. I don't know. Tyndall's interesting from Georgia. And Damian Clark from LSU. Quay Walker is going to get a lot of attention at linebacker, so I could see him going earlier than 4th. Way earlier than 4th. But defensive tackle wise, I mean, Garrett is within our range in the 4th round. Could go earlier. You know, like I said, early 4th. One of these teams might pick him up here. Or a late round 3rd. So, there's always that chance. But again, Mathis over Garrett. If Mathis is still there, Mathis all the way. I doubt he will be, but you never know. Highly doubt he will be. If we miss on both of them, the next best one I'm thinking is Neil down here, maybe? Yeah, Neil from LSU catches my eye. Okay. There's an Alabama guy that's going to go undrafted, too. So that's interesting. Zachary Carter could drop to us, though. That's a possibility. You know, if Garrett goes sooner than expected, then Carter could drop. And that's what I would be counting on. You know, if I was hunting for a defensive tackle in the 4th round, I would count on that. Because if I was looking for a defensive tackle around that time, I would go for Garrett first. Without a doubt. Out of the two. But yeah, 4th round is where we should be looking for defensive tackles. not the first three. So, those are our options right at the moment. So yeah, guys, I'm going to do a little bit of film study. Work off stream. Probably Thursday. And I'll post any videos of any players that I think catch my eye on the Facebook group page. Based on what I think is going to be available to us. I can't guarantee anything, because again, that's 4th round, right? But the thing is, the number 6 trade down does give us access to Devontae Wyatt and Mathis. It does give us access to both of those guys and a shot at grabbing one, should we wish to. Now, I'm not saying do it. I'm saying it would give us an option. Like I say, it's Scott Fitterer's team. He can do what he wants. I'm just giving you the options that we have. And I don't think he's seen this one. I don't think he's seen this one yet. I could be wrong, but I don't think he's seen it yet. And defensive tackle isn't exactly a position that we're necessarily looking at immediately. You know what I mean? But it's there. Okay, mock draft stream will be either Friday or Saturday. I'll announce that on the Facebook group page. Again, I'm going to look at the rest of these defensive tackles off stream, and I will post videos of anyone that catches my eye out of this defensive tackle crew that we may have a shot at in the 4th round. That being said, thank you for watching. I appreciate your love and support. Thank you for the new memberships, the new subscribers, the new likes and viewers. If you are new here, please do consider subscribing. Hit the bell. Select all, because you don't want to miss any of the announcements of when I go live. We're going to be doing a lot of film study and mock drafts in this month coming up to prepare for the draft. So guys, thank you so much, and hope you guys have a pleasant day / night / whenever you're watching this stream. Don't forget to share with your friends. Show them what we love y'all here, man. So all right. Y'all know the deal. I'll see y'all on Friday or Saturday night. Keep pounding.
Buddha.